Unwilling Fool, good morning. What's up, Living Hope? Good morning. I am here. There's an intro for you. How are we doing this morning? I don't know about V Investor Day. Good morning, BB. Sick Nick. What do I think about Apple calls? Well, I'm watching SPY drop right here. And it sounds like we're getting some additional coronavirus fear news. But give me a second and we'll go look at the chart. What's up, J-Bug? Needs more intro and outro. I agree. And one day when I have time, I'll think about putting something together. Yeah, I don't know what would make you want to get into Apple calls right now. The flow looks extremely bearish for the most part. And it's obviously pulling back or dropping. So I would not be, at the moment, looking to get into calls, especially with everything kind of taking a drop. I think those are way out of the money. And I think people speculating that Microsoft is going to be over 200 in the near future. It's possible, but it's been running really hard. I am not currently in any Microsoft calls. In fact, I may sell like 195s Not to say it can't get there, but I don't know. The run, yeah, I heard that BTC over 10K. Good. I have some that I bought like in the mid sevens, and every time it dropped like to the mid sevens, I picked up a little bit more. Not a lot. Not a lot. But I don't really even look at it. Yes. The market, I see ES futures taking a little dip. SPY taking a dip here. Just dropped $1 on SPY in 5 minutes. Thank you. Yeah, and I just sat down, so I mean I was kind of in and out. I was trying to manage some trades. But another snow day. Is the stream buffering for anybody? Okay, good. It's showing me the bit rate is unstable. I even dropped it. I don't know why it was running really smooth for a long time, like 2 months, and I was running it at like 4,000, and now it's just been touch and go on my side, it seems like. But if it looks fine on your end, then I'm not going to worry about it. Win Resorts. Options alert. June 19th, 155 calls at the ask. 3,200 at $3.25. Microsoft dropping 187.55. ABBV doesn't give a shit at the moment. Something about the FTC examining past acquisitions by most of the FANG stocks. Microsoft not included in that. So Microsoft dropping with the rest of them is a little peculiar, given that they weren't identified in the same context. So that's interesting for sure. It sounds like it's not a good thing. J-Bug. If they're going to go start digging into the past acquisitions. And they're going back apparently 10 years. Okay, Microsoft is part of that. Google, Apple, Amazon, Facebook, and Microsoft. How about ABBV up at 97? ABBV now 9707. I'm going to move my stops on ABBV up to 245. J-Bug, no, that was yesterday. Yeah, yesterday at 12:38 p.m. Yeah, you might not have been here, but I did talk about it, and it was posted. I know you don't have access to this Discord, but yeah, that was yesterday. Take a look at Win real quick. I mean, I wasn't interested in getting into the resorts until this coronavirus thing is done. It is interesting to see. So those were below the bid. So that was a bearish call sweep on the 135s. So SPY bounced right there at the 200. Let's see what we do from here. Nice bounce on ES futures. SPY. Let's see what happens. What did Guild do today? Nice little pop there on Peloton. Down about $1 today. So Peloton, keeping a close eye on this. I posted some messages on it yesterday. They are presenting at the Goldman Sachs Technology Conference today. They're also there were some 13F filings showing some pretty big. It's like 93% institutional ownership at this point. Can I go more into what I just mentioned? Piton? Yeah, just they're presenting at that technology conference. There's a Goldman Sachs Technology and Internet conference today. It's an annual conference. I don't know what they're presenting, but the fact that they're there and presenting could bring some more eyes to this. As far as the filings are concerned, I was looking last night at this is the time of year where a lot of the hedge funds and stuff are releasing their 13Fs, showing their holdings. If they own a certain percentage of any company, they have to release it. It becomes public. BlackRock currently has about an 8% stake in them. But there was a slew of, there's been 123 hedge funds that have bought into Peloton, like I think in the last like 60 to 90 days, which is very interesting. Combine that with, let me get the short interest. Currently sits at 74% is what I'm seeing. Now, I don't know how accurate that is. Short data is never super up-to-date or accurate. But there's a huge amount of short interest in Peloton. So if it does, as it continues to come out that, oh my gosh, these institutions are taking big positions in Peloton, if a squeeze does start, there's only 43 million shares in the float. Now, there is a lockup expiration period coming from the IPO. I don't think they're going to sell. It doesn't matter what I think, but yeah, when you see the squeeze happen, it could make a serious run given that there's so many shares that are tied up in hedge funds and institutions. There's not much out there. How do I find which data? The short data? The quick way that, like I said, it's not super accurate. None of it's super accurate, but I just use StockBot, which is you can use that in my Discord server. Yes, J-Bug. How about that sprint jump this morning? Nice pullback on AMD here, right to the 200. Yeah, J-Bug, it starts to for sure. Theta killing Wednesday. If stuff starts moving the opposite direction and you have weekly contracts, yes, you will start to see some decay. If it's more than 2 weeks out, it's 2 weeks out, I mean, you'll see a little bit every Wednesday, every week. But it's not, weekly contracts. If they move in the wrong direction is where you get crushed. But if you got time on them, you won't see as big of a hit. Now, if that's different, if Microsoft drops like $3 today, you'll take a hit. All right, so I got stopped out of Cisco, which I'm fine with. Out of the 49s. And that executed at 138. It just executed. J-Bug killed AMD. Crushed it. Twice. I had 214.51 calls that I bought yesterday. Just over or right at $1, and I sold them. I stopped out of those today at 310. And the AMDs that I called out in the room were the 50-50 calls that we got into at $1.26. Got out of those. Finally stopped out at 202 and 197 from $1.26. Yeah, AMD worked out really well. Royalty. Yeah. How beginner? Like just getting started? I don't hate the idea of Apple puts Kickstart. God, those 255 puts way out of the money for March 20th. Crazy. I don't see anything real convincing. I mean, most of this flow in here has been below the bid. Let's go look. See what it does in here, like up near VWAP. It's getting a pop right now. See what it does up in here. Double bounce here on the 200 on SPY. If that gives, we may see a bigger pullback. Ruber, if you're still here, it looks like I saw you join that Discord. Okay, I saw you join that. Did you go into and hit the little accept green check mark in the TOS channel to get access? Okay. So you should see a room under tools that says Stockbot. You don't see that? Really? All right, hold on. Yeah, it didn't change your role like it's supposed to. Interesting. It's supposed to automatically set the role. How about now? Okay, so that's the room. You can just type like that, bang, short, and that'll give you the short interest on a ticker. You can pull up quick charts. Keep an eye on SPY right here. Yeah, no problem. I'm short at the moment, ES futures, with a pretty tight stop. If we do get this 200 break. J-Bug, a lot of stuff. dropping. And pot cannabis names sounds like are moving up. Yeah, 186.70. Well, let's go take a look at some pot names. Look at CGC Pop. How about Tilray? Nothing yet. Yes. Still in AA. I did see those go green this morning. Ruber, what kind of developer? API developer. Okay, nice. Be right back, guys. Just gotta grab my dog. Make sure he's not chewing anything up. Jones. All right. Well, I think all the fangs taking a hit on that news. Beginner in chart analysis rather than hype cycle trading. With SMA, what time frame do you put on your chart? If I adjust it, adjust the SMA lines. So I use EMAs for the most part. And I use the values that coincide with the Fibonacci sequence numbers. So on shorter time frames, 21, 34, and I used to use the 200. I've been switching to the 233. And on longer time frames, I haven't looked at MO today. $45.65. Still in those 46 puts. I use EMAs, yeah. Ruber, my favorite is trading off longer term areas of support or resistance, and combining that with news or flow. So when a flow alert comes in, look at that and see where it is on the longer term chart, and see what kind of thesis you can come up with as to why are they buying this here? Why is this trade taking place? What are they seeing? That's kind of what I try to do. Some tickers a little different, like Peloton, right? I have a different reason for why I'm in Peloton. And there's some tickers, like Pan W when I was buying it in like the 220s, was more because that was my world. I worked in tech for 20 years, and so there's certain companies that I look at and I go, yeah, this is ridiculous. I'm buying it. Zoom was another one in the 60s that I was like telling people, buy it, buy it, buy it, for the same reason. So that was, and Zoom was a combination of technical and, just kind of what I know about them. But yeah, I like trading off of flow alerts when it's at, key technical levels. So the tick, low a day minus 615, high a day plus 670. So just over 500. Yeah, no problem. CGC taking off here a little bit. The biggest, I think, change for me occurred when, and I've asked people on here this, like when they talk about a trade they got into or something, my first question is why? And you got to have a good answer for the why. Why did you take that trade? And it needs to be more than it was going up, or, because StockTwit said it was going to the moon, or, something like that. There needs to be more to it than that. You need to be able to explain your reasoning. If you can do that, you'll be far more successful, I think. Apple here under the 200. Let's see what it does here. You have not been able to explain why you did what you did after 2 years. Portfolio basically zero. Yeah. Yeah, start trying to justify why you take trades. It can be a simple reason, right? You don't have to go into depth on it. But if you can at least, look at a chart and say, here's why I took the trade where I did. On Apple, if you were to short it at this purple line, 322.39, maybe it works out, maybe it doesn't. But you could at least say, well, I shorted it because this was previous resistance, turned into support, and then it broke that, came back down, and I was looking for a rejection off that 322.39. Okay. There's some justification there. At least you have something, some reason. Potentially support down here, 321.64. You can see something resembling a trend line looking like that here. Yeah. The other thing, Ruber, is when you come up with this thesis as to, okay, why did I take a trade here? Well, I was looking for a rejection off this trend line. Okay, when do I think the trade has failed? Well, if it breaks previous resistance, just put your line in the sand and say, okay, well, if it breaks through this previous resistance, then I'm out. Like, come up with where's your exit signal. Yeah, sure. And Ruber, I can't say I've really watched any of the other streamers, so I don't really know their approach. But yeah, I mean, the more you can just practice identifying those levels, and really what we are trying to do is exactly what I just explained. Like, come up with what is the trend? What does it do? Every time it gets here, it does this. Every time it gets here, it does this. Just trying to identify that and then play it. And the more you can base that on longer term trends, the more powerful it becomes, right? Like, there's only so much weight you put on an intraday trend line. But if it's bouncing off a long term trend line on a daily or a weekly chart, holds a lot more weight. Let's go ZM. ZM just does not want to stop. I think it's above 96, though. Could get crazy. Yeah, unwilling full. It's been 29's been really tough for it. God, Marvel. Every time it gets up near 30, everyone buys it. And it just fails. This would have been a decent buy area down here, 2374. There's a good chance it, goes back to 28 over the next 2 weeks or so before pulling back again. Right now, the daily, you'd be a little, you can see how similar this looks if this starts to curl up right here. Very similar movement, right? I saw that unwilling full. I saw some of that this morning. Hydrogen powered or something, wasn't it? What's going on with IRDM today? This is another one I've been following for a while. Way extended. And this is 52-week high for IRDM. I followed this for a while, and I actually got stopped out of it. I was in Commons. Cloud Connect. So IRDM is Satellite Communications Company, and they partnered with AWS to enable Cloud Connect globally, which is pretty cool. But So I already am. Reports in 13 days. The $30 calls for February 21st are 65 by 80. I'm not going to play it, but it's up 4% today. Kind of crazy. It doesn't tend to move like that, but I've taken my eyes off it and wish I wouldn't have. J&J 152.20, up about 30 cents. Still watching here. See what SPY's going to do. It is lunchtime on the East Coast, so we may not see clear direction until big boys get back. Unwillingful, if it's not public information, technically yes. Cisco now going back up to test VWAP here. Hey, good trip. Unwillingful, yes. They sure do. I think they could. Took the early out from work, made $10 in 2 hours trading. It's better than losing $10. Andy Wynn, it's been a minute since I tuned in. We'll try to start coming here more. Forgot how much I enjoy watching the stream. Hey, I appreciate it. Thanks, Andy. Welcome back. Microsoft rejected the 34 there. Apple rejecting. Facebook. Let's see what the next move is. TradeNet has been calling sideways trades today. I don't know what TradeNet is. All right, DEAC. Let's go look at SPY. And this is concerning. YouTube channel, okay. I haven't seen that. I haven't watched it, but RDM 3020 still going up. What's the, so there's 131 million shares out there. What's the short interest in this thing? That's not much. 8%. Oh gosh. Not another one. Spam. Yeah, I was looking at the IRDM contracts that catch ER, and I don't love them. I want to be in it, but I didn't like any of the strikes. I mean, this is blue sky territory. If I was going to play anything, I would just play the February 21st. You can only buy monthlies. Get the 31s are 45 cents. The 30s are $1. So, and there's no volume on them. So yeah, there ain't nothing in there that I really like. If I was going to play anything on it, I would probably just play commons. Agreed, Andy. ABBV working out well. Although, let's see, those 95s, $216 by $2 at the moment. Yeah, so definitely stopped out of a portion of those 95s, but that's okay. I'm good with it. And they filled at 238. So my stop was at 245. It and they filled at 238. So I will put that in. Ruber, those were the ABBV 95s from yesterday. Nothing new. But I had a stop in at 245 and it triggered and got me out at 238 on the 195 calls or on the 95 calls. They were the February 21st 95s. I'm probably going to wait till after lunch to get in, to get in anything new. Damn, Nlock. Sold that one too soon. That drop it took on the special dividend, and now it's back up to $20. And that was a $12 dividend. I did collect the dividend, but then I sold out of the commons at like $15. And it's back up at 20. I mean, it's just been, crazy. Did people forget about this dividend? Or it just didn't matter? That was a big dividend. It's crazy to see it back up. I didn't think it would get back to $20 that quick. And this dropped to 16 and change. 1664 is the 52-week low. That's crazy. The regular dividend, EX date February 21st, but it's only 13 cents. There's a bunch of OI in the $18 calls. Those are $3, so they're not carrying much premium. Show about 9,100 open interest in those. I don't own any now, Ruber. I am all out of commons. And I held them for that special dividend. Actually, the 19s don't carry any premium either. Not as much OI, but There's really no premium on them. I'm going to pick up a couple of these 19s. Small position. Yeah, there's really no premium on them. So if it keeps creeping up, they'll kind of move with the stock. Same on the downside, but yeah, I'm not really seeing. They're $2 for the 19s, so they got what 16 cents of premium on them. Hey, car deal, going well. So I don't think I don't think you're gonna get crushed on these. Moves pretty slow. Car deal, did you sign up under me? February 21st. You can only buy monthlies. Car deal. Do I have you on Discord? I do. I so to the car deal. Santa. Um. I just sent you a DM in Discord. If you can shoot me your email, then I can check and see, make sure that it's attached. Thank you, sir. The only reason I didn't go with the 20s is because they have more premium on them, but it's still not bad. It's like 40 cents. So I'm going to put these N-lock in here. This was the 19 calls. February 21. I don't know why that says 220. Those are 221. So far, this thing is working out. They just went green. Uh, 191 is what I filled at. Andy Wynn. Oh my gosh. Well, it was packed. Every parking lot at Mary Jane and Winter Park was completely full. They were telling people to go park in the town of Winter Park and take a bus in. It was awful. I did get lucky. I was pulling into the main lot at Mary Jane by the at the base of Mary Jane, and somebody was pulling out, so I got to park right there. I went and did like 2 runs, and they shut down the panoramic lift, and it was just crowded as shit. And so I did 2 runs and then left. It was awful. I actually came home. So we used to live in Reno, and to get from Reno to the ski resort, like Mount Rose is like 25 minutes from South Reno. You could be at Heavenly in an hour, North Star in 45 minutes. And I came home and told my wife, I was like, we're moving back to Reno. There's too many damn people here. It took me... Actually, no, I left early, so coming home wasn't too bad. But yeah, traffic was insane. So many people. It was awful. Not worth it. And the snow was already tracked out, so. Hell yeah. Yeah, I found some decent snow in the trees, but like I just didn't have it in me to go. Like normally I'll go find, like there's a couple powder stashes that I'll go find. Aren't super easy to get to, but I just didn't have it in me. I like shoulder to shoulder in the lift lines and stuff. I'm just like, no. I'll wait till it snows again and I'll take another day off and go back up on a weekday. Weekend riding, I just can't stand it. Stayed in Lakewood, left at 6 a.m. for Keystone. GPS said hour and a half. That turned, yeah, that'll happen. Wait till you're in it and they shut down 70 and there's nowhere for you to go and you're stuck for 5 hours. I've had that happen a couple times. There's just too many people. And everybody's trying to go to the same place. I won't do another Saturday like that. I'll just wait. And I really haven't taken many days this winter to go up. I'm typically focused on trading, but I need to just, next time it snows on a weekday, I need to just take off and go. And go by myself. No friends on a powder day, right? Ruber, I'm hoping to just be able to push my stops up on this one because it's moving so slow. If I get up, 15% green on it, then I'll just set a stop and start pushing that stop up. Ideally. And if it breaks the 34 to the downside, I mean, it's extended right now, right? So at some point, you expect a pullback. But as long as this continues, I want to just ride it up. I set a stop at 155 just in case, like, all of a sudden, it takes a big, nasty drop. But the goal is to just be able to move that up. Typically, once I'm green, I'll do everything I can just to keep it green. GILD Guild. Looking interesting here. Really need to see it like up here closer to 68 after that drop this morning. Good for you to get away from Robinhood. You'll be much happier. I mean, this thing's only moving up like a penny at a time. Now ABBV below. You see that cross below these EMAs. Now just drop below VWAP. So let's see what it does here. Yeah, and I honestly not quite sure why it's moving. I did not expect this after that big dividend. I don't see any new news. Wait a minute. Yeah, that was on the 6th. It says delivers better than expected fiscal third quarter 2020. So maybe it's still moving on their ER. All right, SPY. Right at VWAP. Berkeley University. There was a headline, something about cannabis industry. And it sounded like a conference at Berkeley. Wondering what, let's see, you got Pete's 89, right around 96 level for ABBV. Yeah, I don't have the 89 on the 1 minute chart. When I go out to a daily, you'll see more EMAs here. And that's the beauty of this indicator that AlphaBot built for me, is it automatically changes which EMAs get displayed based on the time frame that you're looking at, which is awesome. I don't know what TFI is, but I just saw a headline that they're got approved by NYSE for their IPO. But I don't know who they are or what they do. Pop on the ES futures. Yeah, if stuff is, I like using the 3 minute for support and resistance intraday. I'll switch between, like, sometimes I'll look at a 5 minute and try to get an idea, like a clear idea of what's going on, because the 1 minute can definitely, give you false moves, more false moves. Something about China. Somebody's saying China should invoke a disaster-related something in the phase 1 deal. Like something that says that, this, just in case of a disaster, this is what happens. J-Bug, I do. Pretty familiar with that. You need to be more specific. Are you starting from scratch? Andy Win, hit him straight. Good luck. Definitely no golf here. It's been nonstop snow. J-Bug, we can talk after the bell. I can definitely help you out. ABBV continuing now under 96, 95.86 after over 97 high day. And there's another penny on NLOC. Yeah, no problem. I'm going to move the stop up on NLOC. It slows its moving. If it does get a decent sized pullback, it may take a while to recover. Let's see. Microsoft. We can go look at that. Yep. Sure looks like it. Any flow coming in on it? Some calls below the bid. Couple white sweeps here in the 180s. Not interested in those. And nothing really yet. Not a bad idea, Unwilling Full. Got to remember to take profits along the way. Set a stop. It is lunchtime. Sorry, guys. Just checking on a couple of orders that I had out there. It didn't fill. That's why. Let's see. Usually just watch my watch list for stocks that are gaining momentum to the upside or downside. Once you get a decent group of stocks that you know, you can trade options pretty easily. Create watch list on every trading platform I have. I probably have a mix of that sort of stuff, and then obviously watching the flow and the alerts that come through on Black Box. So GILD just crossed over here. The 34 EMA. Not looking half bad, but it's just obviously down today. And interesting, it got, it was on CNBC, I think yesterday, just a pump, but saying GILD best biotechnology bet. Not performing like it so far. Not a bad spot right here to take a shot. At GILD, you can see where this has been support. For the last couple days, it was resistance. Has now become support. This trend, though, pretty ugly, but if you were going to take a shot, this wouldn't be a horrible spot to do it. But if it breaks down, you could see 67.50-ish. Disney's dropping. Thank you. This wouldn't be a horrible spot. You could take a shot at this, and if it breaks that, 67.60-ish. It has not been able to clear. Ideally, it would clear the 34 there to show a move up. Disney is dropping. 140.85. So we got another drop on SPY. What's going on here? Yeah, a little bit. Uh-oh. The drama continues with LK. Again. Muddy Waters came out, tweeted again against LK. So there's definitely some back and forth on LK. XR back over $19. She's doing all right. I don't know if he is or not, J-Bug. MO 4557. There's a drop on SPY. A little bit. What time is it? 1:30 Eastern. So, yeah, we should start to get some direction here, hopefully. We get some volume. Hopefully we'll stop just back and forth. No, unwilling full. Don't mess with it yet. Maybe eventually, but between equities and ETFs and the futures market, I got enough to trade. There goes LK. Oh, gotcha. No, I haven't done any research on it yet. Where did Sprint end up? 832. Okay. I stopped out at 820 from 579. I'll take it. Okay. Thanks, Unwilling Full. Man, I would be starting from scratch. That is not what I wanted. Enlock 2095. USD weekend CBTC up. Oh, sure. Is BTC holding above 10K still? I haven't looked at it, but I know it was there. Oh, no, that doesn't give it to me. BTC, that's Bitcoin. Let's look at this. There we go. Yep. 10.3. Nice. Uh-oh. Something about this FTC tech review could lead to the unwinding of deals. Looking at DEAC right now, figure out where I want to place my stop. I'll throw it in there at 220. Are those on? Yeah. Stops. 220. Just in case. All right. 2097. A penny at a time. Microsoft keeps pulling back here. Goose, Goos, hitting that high day ticker. Ooh, and a line. I think a line's been pretty beat up since that patent expired. Kind of liking the way this looks right here. Earnings are out of the way. We don't have earnings again for 70 days. Love to see it up here like 271. But the 30-minute chart. Up here around 268 for sure. Be a good spot, I think. But this is the first time since this drop, 16 January, that it's been able to get through that 200 here. This is on a 30-minute chart. These calls are pretty expensive if you want some time on them. What if we go 2 weeks out? Still kind of pricey. Just looked at Marvel. Yeah, we can take a look at it again here in a minute. I'm digging through a line a little bit. I might just go something without so much time on it. God, they're still expensive. Though not as bad, but... still pretty expensive 2 weeks out. So if you play weeklies, I mean, you're still paying like $330 between, so bid ask $330 by $370 on the 265s. So almost $4 in premium for a weekly contract. It is up $6.33 today. But yeah, I don't love that. Look at fibs on Marvel. Yeah, I don't know that I can justify anything on a line up here. And lock is moving. Sort of. Slow, but yeah. Working its way up. About some commons in a line. And I'm just going to set a stop down here. All right. No, J-Bug. That's not why I got an Nlock. There was no alert. I just looked at it and was like, what the hell is Nlock doing? I talked about it a little bit, that I was surprised that it has continued to go up after that special dividend. Man, I do not love the way that Marvel moves, but look at this on this drop here. Look at the 618 extension at 25.33. So just above that, 26.49. Would be the 382. So this is, measuring the downward move. Yeah, I don't love the way that it moves. It's another one that, I mean, it certainly can move, but this 23 up to about 28.50 has just been killing people, I think, both directions. Now, if I go to a weekly, from down here at 14.33, something like that puts the 786 extension 23, I don't know, call it 23.30 or so, where you can see that's where it keeps bouncing. So you're right in the middle area of this. It did hit the 1272 up at 28.81 ish before rejecting. So that the weekly fibs there making some sense. But you can see it's also right. See where that drop happened? That's where it's at. So I'd wait till it gets to 28, high 28s, and think about shorting it again potentially. Or the next time it's back down here in the 23s to look to go long. But you're right in the middle. You're kind of in no man's land. Uh-oh. The GSMA to discuss possible cancellation of Mobile World Congress, MWC, in Barcelona after several big-name withdrawals because of coronavirus outbreak. Got all these big events getting canceled left and right. Well, I mean, somewhere but like unwilling full. I don't know that you should expect it. Like I said, it's right in the middle, so it could go up to 28 or 28 and change before dropping again. I'm saying it's right in the middle of that range, which I don't love. Come on, Enlock. Let's get 21. Now showing 202 by 210. Slow mover, slow mover. Man, I've done okay on Marvel, but I've also gotten hit hard on it for that exact reason. Like, the decay on the contracts just destroys me. I don't play it. Even with Flow, like there's been a few alerts on it and stuff that nothing wrong with the company. I just don't love the way that stock moves. $21, there it is. You were a penny away from jumping off a bridge. MO 4550. Ruber, just got to see what it does. I likely will not swing. I am going to move the stop up on Enlock. I'm putting that at 195. No matter what now, it will close green. At this point, can't lose money on it. Now just see what it does. Yeah, AMD was awesome. Okay, see this candle here? I don't love that on Nlock, but this may be some stops getting taken out on commons, which is why I put a stop in. If it does make, a couple nasty red candles down, I'll get stopped out, and that's fine. Not going to take a hit on it at this point. What's up with MU 5680 support line? Look at this on the weekly short term trend line, well above that. Nice cup formation here. Look for a handle to get any sort of continuation. That's on the weekly. Better spot on Nlock on that trend line, or on MU would be on that trend line on the daily. You want to see if it's got support here around 56.37 on the 1 hour. If not, down to 55.40-ish possible. Great trader spy lower. Can I look at eBay? Oh, man. Let's see. You got calls, and they're down, even though the stock went up. Got calls, BBS alert. So let's see, this 3650. There's not a ton of premium on those, but they are weeklies. So as it moves away from you just a little bit, these aren't in the money. So as it moves away from you just a little bit, those contracts are going to feel the pain. I wouldn't be in eBay at the moment. But so you do see those 3650s. It looks like, how many was that? 900. So looks like the same buyer here in a bunch of these, and they're out of them. They've been out of them since 10:30, and they got out of them. They lost money on them. That's what it looks like to me. Some volume behind this SPY drop. I mean, you'd like to see this intraday here hold as support, but you got this big cup here on the 1 hour. Pick your line in the sand, like, okay, if it hits here, I'm out. The crappy thing is, for me, that would be probably down here around 36.20. Which would destroy those contracts. So intraday, I wouldn't let it go past that 36.41 or VWAP. I mean, play that a little closer, I think. Realistically, you should be out now that this has broken up here. I would have looked for that to hold as support. Okay, that broke. Screw it. I'm out. But now you're close enough to the 200. You can see what it does here. But if it doesn't find support there, run for the hills. There's that drop on NLOC. I probably stopped out. No, not yet. It's pricing 195 right now. Alert on Guild. So everything else taking a drop at the moment, but not GILD. It's getting a pop. Seeing a bounce on the futures. This is just ping pong at the moment. I like it right here. Yeah, weekly. Looking at this, potentially this holds as support. I mean, it may continue down lower, but you'll likely see some sort of bounce here. And I'd use this 67.59-ish as a stop. It did break below that to 67.51. But what you want to see right now is continuation here. Yeah, I've played Burlington a couple times. Enjoy your lunch. Hey, what's up? Are you able to sell, call, or put options on stocks? Yeah, you can. As long as they are, if you're writing contracts, then your goal is to have them expire worthless. You can do that. It just requires a margin account, and you got to have enough money in your account to cover. If you're selling puts and the stock drops, you got to have enough money in your account to cover purchasing those shares if someone puts those to you at that price. And the reverse of that, like I like to sell covered calls on stuff when it's really high. So like I have commons in Microsoft. Great. I'll look at selling, the 190 calls for this week. And if it doesn't hit 190, you keep that premium. If it does hit 190, your shares get called away from you at 190. That's how I played Disney earnings. I played it that way. I bought common shares in Disney and then sold covered calls against it. And those calls, right after earnings, all the implied volatility gets drained out of them, and I covered them much, much cheaper. If I buy a call, well, that's what I do every day. What's your name? Limit. I'll just call you Limit. Yes. Then you sell that call to someone else, and you keep the difference. That is what trading options is all about. Like not holding it to expiration, but buying that contract, and then if this underlying stock, moves in your direction closer to your strike price, the idea is that the value of that options contract will increase, and you sell it to somebody else and keep the difference in premium. That's what it's all about. Oh, thanks, J-Bug. Yeah, I can't. The text is so small on that screen, it's hard for me to read. So let's see what Guild does here. Rejected the 200 right there at the moment. Got some more drops coming in. You can see SPY right there. Let's see. J-Bug. Let's see. Hold on. As in, can you lose more money in selling puts than calls? Yes. Seems like call option on Robinhood are at a set price. You either buy the short, medium, or... I don't know about Robinhood. Did I stop out on NLOC? Nope. Still pricing 195 by 210. It has not stopped me out. Because the last trade was at 199. I don't know, Samson. I'm not exactly sure. I mean, maybe it's because it's so high. Maybe it has to do with, Powell's talk bullshit today. Maybe it has to do with the fact that it's at record levels. Maybe it has to do with the drop on the FANG stocks on the FTC, on that FTC news. It's kind of hard to say. And what do I think about space? I like it. I don't know enough about it to have any conviction in it. I mean, I have commons in SPCE, and it is one of those, like, it's not a big position, but I'll probably just hold it and see what they do. See where they're at in a couple years, because I really don't know. It's a spec play. If you buy space, you're not buying it because it's a great company with a long-term history of profits and good earnings. That's not why you're buying it. If you're buying it for fun. Like, I kind of want to own this and see where it goes in 5 years. That's it. Ruber, I started buying it like in the 12s. Like 12.50. And I'll be honest, I bought it not expecting it to do what it did so quick. I was not expecting that. Like a little hype came into that and it went nuts. Cisco over 49, 49.03. Come on, Spy. What are you going to do? Does not want to give up this gap. If we fall into this gap, which it... Yeah, it's not wanting to give up that gap. If it gives that up, then we could see some acceleration. Let's see if we get a turnaround here. I mean, this is... Let's see. Okay, so we did hit the low tick here, 719. This was 851 to the downside. So some decent size selling programs in here. And you can see that low a day ticker outpacing the high a day ticker. We could, J-Bug, we could. If it gives up this 335.40, 335.45, 44 right in there, if it gives that up. Look at Apple. Also looking like it may give up this support level here at 320. Got a bounce on Amazon. Let's see what it does from here. SPY puts below the bid, huh? Let's look at some weeklies. All right, Guild. Yeah, let's see if it holds that 200. I wouldn't be surprised to see this thing move back up towards VWAP. Let's see. I've still got ES futures now dropping again. And if we get into that gap, we shall see. Let's see. First time here. What kind of trader are you? Scalping or day trader? Yeah, a little bit of everything. How long? Total about 9 years. But I do a little bit of everything. J-Bug, come on now, man. Let's keep it stock related. Or, mildly safe off topic. Yeah, let's see if the 200 holds here. And Nlock still has not stopped out. Vazu, what's up? Welcome. Sounds like Pivotal Research. They're talking about it on CNBC, downgraded Facebook. Look at this, 207.66-ish. Could get interesting. Does your YouTube Yeah, it should, sort of. I mean, long story short is I spend the day going through charts and calling out the plays that I'm making. I'm not saying you should do the same thing by any means. But I just say, hey, this is what I'm doing here. I post them, as many of them as I can. Sometimes I get in something quick or out something quick, and it doesn't make it onto the spreadsheet. But we talk through tickers, we talk through charts. I'm watching options flow here in Black Box. We watch the options flow alerts that come through and then evaluate them. Just trade, man. Just trade. But I base my trades on a combination of technical analysis, news, market conditions, and big money, option sweeps. So it's kind of a combination of all of it. Pop on MO there. Here we got the main question. No, I do not have a Lambo. No Lambo. That is not me, man. I am not the guy that's out here saying that I'm, making millions of dollars. And I don't even try. I just try to consistently turn a profit without too much risk or exposure. I wasn't one of the ones that, bought 20 contracts at Tesla, 800 calls, or whatever. Didn't do that. I just try to be consistent. And I don't really play the low, small cap, low volume garbage pops. I don't play that kind of stuff. It is not my forte. I am going to close out of some of this MO, these MO puts. Ricky Gutierrez. Microsoft still pulling back. Apple still dropping. Facebook still dropping. So hopefully that answers your questions, mathematics. If you have any others, throw them out there. Happy to answer them. I'm still short ES at the moment. Sorry to hear that, Mathematics. Thanks for the follow. Yeah, let me know if it's any better on YouTube. I should still see the chat comments. Surprising not seeing any more sweeps come through here on Facebook. 33K in those 207.50 puts at 221. Don't hate that. This could get ugly for Facebook. Between the FTC investigations and the downgrade by Pivotal, keep an eye on this 206.55. Now 207. That is an instance where I didn't post it. Like, I jumped in pretty quick, but well, look how hard Microsoft's been running, J-Bug. I mean, it's back to that, when something runs that far, you really got to, I tend to play those closer. I'd rather get stopped out than ride something down. Well, yeah. It has been on a tear. Monday's report on coronavirus and airlines suggests fuel savings for U.S. airlines are greater than the lost earnings from coronavirus-related service. What about the lost earnings from grounded Boeing 737s? Does it take that into consideration? Mean Reverter, I will post a link for you. Those are in a private repository. For anyone else interested in them, join this Discord server. There are links to those indicators in there, in the resources channel. Yeah, no problem. You can't find them because Alphabot made them for me, and they're in a private repo. And actually, is he on? No. No, Mander, I saw you join. It seems like the roll bot is not working the way that it should, but I will fix you in just a second. All right, you should be able to see the resources channel now. There's links to those indicators in there. Not suppository. Not suppository, J-Bug. Repository. How about LK? Still holding up after that tweet from Muddy Waters. And Halliburton getting a little love. It's been a while. I'm holding a little bit of Halliburton Commons. J-Bug, what's up, Cardiel? What are you saying? My bad. I didn't even see it. I did not see your number spam. I mean, it's at a long-term area of support, but and they do have a decent dividend. Does oil turn around? There's a lot of fear spreading that it's not going to happen. If you believe that eventually it does turn around, then yeah, I think it's at a good area. All right, guys, I'm going to step away for just maybe 3 minutes or so, 3 to 5 minutes. And I will be right back. Don't go anywhere. Finish out the day here. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. You guys keep the market moving sideways for me. General Dynamics Mission Systems awarded $883 million contract to modernize U.S. Army training programs. Looks like we got a little bounce on SPY right here. Let's go look at Microsoft here. God, Microsoft needs a pullback. I mean, this is just nutty. Alert just went off on Xilinx. Ooh, look at it. Over 90. Big cup here on the 1 minute. Or on the 15 minute, you can see that. See what it does right here. If it gets above this like 90, 50-ish, could get very interesting. Do we have any dark pool? Let's go take a look. What do I do with that page? Too many pages. As I go through and try to figure out which ones I want to use. Look at that. A bunch at 85.05. So somebody was really smart. TTW curling up. Joan W, what's up? Welcome. Off the 10 or 5 or 21 EMA in and out. Yeah. So if you weren't here, somebody just asked me kind of what the strategy that I use. I do trade off the EMAs quite a bit. I like to combine this with options flow data to see if, what I'm seeing, is everyone else seeing the same thing? Like, where's the big money going? What are they doing? And a lot of times we'll get these flow alerts that come in, and it's trying to determine, why is this alerting? What are they seeing? And do I see the same thing? It's a big part of what I do. Joan, if you want to learn it, I work for Black Box, moderator with them. That's my link. But if you want to try it for a week, We do free trials Monday through Friday every week. And this is the majority of our group. This is what we're trading off of. Is those flow alerts. Yeah, it's so this is a different platform, right? What I'm showing you right here is Black Box. And these are algo-driven alerts based on flow transactions, options flow transactions. They have their own algos that are proprietary that determine what alerts and what doesn't. So it doesn't matter what broker you have. This is separate. So it's the platform, and then we also have a private Discord server for Black Box members that looks like this. And you can see, let me get rid of this search here. These rooms up here under mod trade rooms. This one's mine right here, but this is where we post our trades throughout the day. So Kang played Amazon 2140 put, got in at 941 this morning at 1540 and got out at $18. Mel in and out of V flat. So, and there's people all day long live on Discord talking through their trades and stuff. Yeah, so if you want to try it for a week, use that link I sent you, sign up. When you get to the part that tells you to pay, just stop there and let me know, and then I'll give you the trial invite, and they'll start you on Monday. You don't need to put a credit card in or anything. You can just try it. All right, let's go take a look at SPY now. Turning back over. Still not wanting to give up that gap. We did get into it. Yeah, we did enter into this gap. So this could get ugly towards the end of the day here. Sick, Nick. You should have got 200%ers from me in the last 2 days. If you followed AMD and ABBV, there was 200 plus percenters in the last 2 days. Ill. That's what I was just talking about. It's a platform for options flow and a Discord community with moderators like myself that are calling out trades. Some of the stuff I call out here on Twitch, some of it only gets posted in Discord for the members. Most of the mods are just in Black Box, and they sit in here all day and they call out their trades. And you can see this BBS voice channel is just full of people. And we're calling out news events as they happen, talking through charts, talking through trades, impacts on the market. Pretty much from, it almost runs 24 hours a day at this point. There's a conversation going on quite a bit. So for anyone interested, this is my personal Discord server. Join that Discord server. And I will, if you're interested, I can get you can try it for a week. The trials run Monday through Friday. But yeah, just let me know and I'll get you set up. Bounce on SPY. Yeah, great trader. Piton might make a move. 29 has been really, really tough. I'm just kind of sitting around waiting for the squeeze that I think will eventually come, in my opinion. And LK at the moment doesn't seem to care about that muddy water tweet. Yeah. Yeah, it's going to take volume for that squeeze to happen, but the short interest in this thing is enormous. And like we talked about this morning, institutional ownership, very, very high. A lot of the 13Fs are coming out and have come out in the last couple of days showing, sizable positions in Piton. Yeah, I've tried to short this 3 times today. I think let's see, about even. Got about an hour left here. Why has Microsoft forsaken you? I mean, everything kind of taking a hit, right? You bought the first tip. I am out of Microsoft Commons from the 150s. Got out of the majority of them today. And I will wait for a bigger pullback before getting back in. I want to own it. I want to get back in, but I got to wait until it cools off a little bit because that thing has been just nutty. Yeah. It needed it. It needs a rest. She tired. Let's go, Facebook. Let it go. Let it go. And we watch the active viewers drop as I sing. Whoa, repeater bullish on space. What? Where's that alert? God, we've had so many alerts today. Here it is. The 26 calls, February 21st, 26 calls. What? That seems crazy. February 21st, 26 calls. That seems ridiculous. Who made what, Ruber? The song Let It Go? I don't know. I can't remember her name. Oh, the 26 call? No, that was a black box flow alert. Look at these. They pounded these 26 calls here. I mean, not big money sweeps, but they hit them. Curious why they'd go 26 instead of 25. They're probably going to be in and out of these. Earnings 225. Thank you. No, Ruber. Not that the group bought. No, these. We're just tracking these option sweeps that happen in the market. This has nothing to do with black box other than it alerts it and it lets us know. I heard about it because they were talking about it in Black Box Discord, talking about the sweeps coming into these 26 calls. An option sweep is essentially when a single transaction comes in and, like, if there's 200 calls for sale and a single transaction comes in and buys all 200 of those calls, they just swept that strike and expiration. And then we track, was that transaction conducted at or above the ask or at or below the bid? And that determines the sentiment on direction. So if you see a bunch of calls at or above the ask, that's typically going to be a bullish signal. If you see a bunch of calls at or below the bid, that's a bearish event. And the opposite on the put side. A bunch of puts at the bid is bullish. Someone's dumping puts. They're saying, I don't want these, and they're getting out of them. Or they're saying, hey, I'm going to sell a bunch of naked puts at the bid because I don't think this thing's going to 19. You're welcome. Microsoft now 184.12. Amazon still pulling back. I did the first video of it. I haven't done the follow-up or the second video in the series yet. My wife is actually out of town and traveling for work, so I have a lot going on right now with 2 kids and everything they have going on, along with what I'm trying to do here. So I haven't had a ton of time. But as soon as I do, then I'm going to pick it back up. But yeah, the first video I did do about a week ago. Do you let them pick a stock on their birthday? No, I haven't. My son would probably pick Tesla just because he's enamored with them. No. God, look at Amazon continuing here. So we got about 334.71 to fill this gap. On SPY. Yeah, unwilling full. You missed some pullbacks across the board. Yeah, pretty much. Ill. Finally, short on ES working. And I did just stop out of Nlock on that drop. Damn. God, Under Armour just destroyed. Seems like the battles with China on trade are not getting worse. I don't know why that would cause it, but it can also just be a break. Profit taking. I don't know. MOC with 45 minutes to go. Very small, 100 million to the buy side. Pretty insignificant number. So that SPCE is presenting at the Barclays conference soon. I didn't catch the exact date. Yes, it is. Everything kind of taking a hit at the moment. Oh, okay. What's Boeing doing? Has anybody looked at Boeing? Boeing dropping. So apparently there was a report. Yeah. Boeing, 0 new orders in January, which apparently is the first time since like 62 that has happened. That's wild. Kickstart, I'm not ready to. I mean, it could just turn right around, but I ain't ready. We may getting a little bounce on the futures. I would look for 335.60-ish. Where are we at? 334.96. Yeah. Watch 335 up to about 335.10 or so. If you're in a spy put for tomorrow. Now Microsoft getting a little relief. Really need to close your 23 shares on Microsoft and move to TD. Yeah, or E-Trade. Whatever you prefer. We get a pretty good deal. Black Box members get a good deal on options with E-Trade. 35 cents a contract. No ticket charge. Which is pretty darn good. Check UNH. Let me throw an alert in here. Whoa. Yeah, you can see everything kind of curling up here on the 15-minute. Looks good. UNH is one that I typically only play when there's flow on it. But this looks good right here. You can see a little resistance between 290 and 292.88-ish, though. But yeah, this is a nice move. Right there. That looks good. Yeah, it doesn't look bad. Now Sprint 843. I was just curious. I am out of Sprint, but just curious what it was doing. ZM getting a bounce here. Well, you don't have to hold it, but I do have, let's see, I've got SPY, well, ES futures at the top, upper Bollinger Band. Let's see what happens. Let's see what happens right here. We just had a real-time dark pool print on SPY. That was dark pool. Unwilling full. Right there, 261 million at 335. Unwilling full, there's way more to it than this, but think of it this way. Somebody is not going to just open market buy 200 or sell 261 million worth, 780,000 shares. They're not just going to do that on the open market. So they're going to work with a broker who's going to work with other brokers and work out how they're going to either absorb that or release it. We don't know what it is. I don't know what it is, unwilling full. And all we really do is pay attention to it and the level at which it occurred. And, sometimes, like when I was showing this Power BI, sometimes you see these transactions happening and it's somebody building a position. And a lot of times you'll see a pop afterwards. Sometimes it's the other direction. You see the stock moving up and you see these transactions happening in the dark pool. And, it was someone building a short position before something takes a big drop. So we don't know if they're buys or sells or what. We just kind of pay attention to them, see where they occur, make a note of it, and see what the stock does from there. They were just saying there was 200 individuals being monitored in, I think it said Atlanta, for coronavirus. 200. Kickstart. I might have misheard it too, but it sounded like they said 200 people being monitored for coronavirus. I think they said in Atlanta. That could be that. I might have misheard that because I was just kind of half listening. I don't understand why if the fuckers in China had it right. Well, I think the problem sounded like you may not even show symptoms for 14 days. So that may be part of the problem. Tired of the I'm tired of the I-70 traffic trying to go to the mountains. Currently 43,000 confirmed cases and 1,018 deaths. Here's the chart of the total cases worldwide. Plus 6,000 in the last 2 days. There's some spy puts hitting the bid. Smaller sweeps. Denver is way too crowded, J-Bug. Absolutely. So it looked like they were getting out of those spy puts. Ruber, I grew up in Phoenix. Oh, okay. I lived in Austin for a little while. I'm in Denver now, but I grew up in Phoenix. Well, Phoenix Metro. I went to high school in Scottsdale. J-Bug, I don't know. I'd wait for some flow, I think. Personally. I want to see some flow on it. I sold some commons like between 188 and 187. And I know this isn't something that you could do. I sold puts, naked puts on it, looking to, if they execute, great. I get a discount on the shares. If they don't, then I just collect the premium, and that's likely what I'll be doing to look to re-enter. All right, we got about 20 minutes left. I'll be right back. I'm going to grab my afternoon cocktail and finish out the day. And then I don't know if we have any ERs or not, but for those of you that are tuning in for the first time or haven't been here at the close, we do cover any ERs that happen. Go through the numbers, announce them when they come out. And I watch them. Some of the stuff I play after hours on earnings. Space is moving. Nice. Let's go space. 52-week high on space, 22.28. See if it can take that out. About 200 million shares out there for them. Very interesting. Yeah, I'm going to go grab my cocktail. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Got my ice. Got my whiskey. A little water. That's how I like to finish my day. That is Angel's Envy. It's cranking. That's what's going on with it. Did they just... Let's see. I don't know. I don't see anything. Vertex Pharmaceuticals is the IBD stock of the day as shares of the biotech company offer new buying opportunities following the launch of Trikafta in cystic fibrosis. Is all I see. It's the only headline. What's up, Bobby? Doing well, doing well. Good for you. Good for you. Got to do that sometimes. This one stopped out well below my actual stop. I haven't looked at the chart. I saw the calls were green today. For sure. Too bad it didn't hold, but I'd like to see this 1569-ish hold. Yeah, so weekly I'm listening to them talk about Boeing. I mentioned this earlier. They said it was the weakest January for Boeing since 1962. 0 orders, which I guess has not happened since 62. Now we got 800 million to the buy. So buy side imbalance. They are buying the dip. So it seems. Give me a second. I'll go look at it. Jeez. Let's see. It's at 36. 100K, 30K, 200, 130. 36 puts for this week. Let's go look at. Man, it would have been better just a little higher, but it's, yeah, not bad. Kind of like it. You know, this move here looks very similar to like this in here before rejecting and pulling back. See how it comes up to this trend line, pulls back, trend line, came and made a new lower low, sitting right in here. I don't hate it. Bobby, do you see the those calls on SPCE? Some call flow. Yes, Bobby. Bobby, it is in my Discord in the resources. Yeah, I don't hate that. At 70 cents, I'd follow that. You know you're swinging it. That's the only thing. It's going to lose some value overnight. So the only reason to get into it right now is if you think it might gap down. Because if it doesn't gap down a little bit, you're going to lose part of that value overnight in decay. But I like it. I'll try it with you. It's kind of at the top of this descending channel. See how we're going to end the day. I like that, Samson. Thanks, Unwilling Full. Ruber, $36 puts for this week. A little risky because you got to hold them overnight. And like I was saying, if there isn't a gap down, they are going to lose some value in the morning. You know, overnight, that decay. All right. I'm going to bring in the audio from Discord.
Is Jordan there?
Yeah, no worries.
All right. Hey, Mel, is Jordan there? She may have ran to go pick him up. All right, guys, we do have some ERs tonight. As always, Maria has the floor. We will get those out, and then we will do Q&A Tuesday.
We have our own personal
get those questions together.
Reporter for ERs.
We'll see if we can come up with some answers. All right, Maria, it's all yours.
Thank you. Thank you.
She'll announce them as they come out.
So up first, we've got ACAM and LSCC, and then at 4:05 we have XS Science, Lyft, and Western Union. Those are the only ERs for
Cisco up at 49.18.
LSCC reports Q4 EPS 17 cents, consensus 15 cents. They reported Q4 revenue 100.2 million. The consensus was 100.06 million, so slight miss on.
Yeah, I'm watching that, AJ. ACAM jumped and is pulling back, and then LSCC jumping immediately right back down.
ACAM reports Q4 adjusted EPS $1.23, consensus $1.13, Q4 revenue $772 million, consensus $749.28 million. So beat and beat for ACAM.
I assume you guys can hear that, right?
Guys, I'm hop out of here and on a one-on-one with somebody just to go over some charts. So I will see y'all later. Enjoy the day trading with y'all, and I'll see y'all bright and early in the morning.
Bye, King.
Peace.
LSCC's Q1 revenue 96 to 104 million, consensus 99.71 million.
Come on. Who was that? Okay, cool. Thanks, Unwilling Full. I thought so, but
Hey, Maria, you want to repeat that one you cut off?
On LSCC?
LS.
Oops,
Was it
LSCC.
LSCC, AJ? Yes.
Sorry. LSCC's Q1 revenue 96 to 104 million. Consensus was 99.71 million.
So in line. Smells good. Yes, pretty much flat at the moment. Ruber, no. No, I switch it up. That's just what I got right now. But I do like Angel's Envy. See, nope. PDD, nothing after hours. How about Peloton? Nothing after hours. How about the high-low ticker? SPCE over 22. 2207. AMT 255. RNG down after hours, just slightly. And Halliburton down after hours. UNH down just slightly. Walmart up a little bit.
Florida real estate, that's kind of an ugly candle and lift. Not going to lie. Yes, Fabio. Q&A will be here. We just get through all of the ERs, so have your questions ready and shout them out. Or type them in.
INSG, yeah.
And tag the moderators.
Unwillingful, should we do another channel surf in Twitch?
Western Union reports Q4 adjusted EPS 38 cents, consensus 43 cents. Q4 revenue 1.31 billion. The consensus was 1.32 billion. So that is a miss and a miss for that.
Miss and a miss on Western Union?
Actually not surprising. That's interesting.
Yeah.
There's your fibs on the daily.
Exact Sciences reports Q4 EPS 54 cents, may not compare to consensus of minus 35 cents. They reported Q4 revenue 295.6 million. The consensus was 283.05 million. So that is a beat and a beat for them.
That's the line I would be looking at next. See what it does there. I don't know anything about them. Never heard of her. Decent sized drop on EXAS.
EXASC's full year 20 revenue 1.61 to 1.645 billion. The consensus was 1.59 billion. So slight guide up.
They are guiding up a little bit. That may help them get a bounce. You would expect it to find support in this area, around 87.80. And it's a guide up.
Western Union sees full year 20 adjusted EPS $1.95 to 2.05. The consensus was $1.97. It did not give me revenue. It also says Western Union backs 3-year targets, including low double-digit EPS. And that's all. EXAS reports Q4 Cologuard test volume of 477,000, up 63%. Lyft reports Q4 revenue. Where's my EPS? All right. 1.017 billion, consensus 984.17 million. So that is a beat on revenue. I don't know
They're
why they didn't
selling
give me
off.
EPS.
All you know is they supply data centers with redundant internet connections via cell towers. Interesting. Yeah, I'm not familiar with them. Insego.
That was a miss guide down on Western Union, correct?
Sounds like potentially getting a little
Let me
of the
see.
5G
Give me one
hype.
second, let me look. That was a slight miss on revs for the current quarter. Top and bottom they missed. And then they see guidance is straddled. Their consensus was 197 on EPS, and they came in $1.95 to 2.05. And it says they're backing 3-year targets, including low double-digit EPS.
Okay.
Denny's Q4 domestic loss, I think I just saw. You mean people don't eat at Denny's? I don't even know the last time I saw one. Broadway and Hampton. There's one there.
All right, Maria. So who are we waiting on for?
I'm not in that area very often.
next?
We're just waiting for Lyft guidance. If I don't remember if they give guidance
Free
or
Grand
not.
Slam
Okay.
Day. That's probably why they're losing money.
I'll just
Everybody's like, oh, it's Free Grand Slam
Alrighty,
Day.
guys. So just shout, Maria. You always get to go first. Mel, is Jordan there? I don't hear her. Alrighty, guys.
Ready.
He's running. He's running. Hey, Jordan.
For Q&A Tuesday.
All right, they're going to start Q&A Tuesday.
Yes. Way to go, sweetheart.
Until
All right, guys, get those
the rest of the
questions out there. Let's get
ERs. I don't know if you guys want to hear
Jordan, that was
this.
spectacular, darling.
Let me know. What do you think? You want to listen to it?
Reporting today too, which I didn't know. Urban Outfitters
no?
reports Q4 revenue 1.17 billion. The consensus was 1.16 billion. It says total company net sales for the 3 months ended January 31st increased 3.6%
Is my phone
over the same
ringing?
period last year. Comp retail segment net sales increased 4%, driven by growth in the digital channel.
All right. Well,
Okay, cool.
I'll turn it off after I answer my phone.
Sorry about that.
All right. Questions. Throw them out there. Maria has answers.
Wait, did
Hello?
you say I have the answer? I'm like, wait a second.
I was just seeing if you were listening.
I was like, yeah, I've got answers. I was like, hold on, just 1 second.
Well, it was garbage anyway.
That was good.
Yes, it was juicy. The delay was awesome.
All right. I will turn off the Discord audio. So
Okay, 5.
I'm going to let them do their Q&A. Anybody have any questions in here? Unwilling full. Unwilling full. You got to coach me. We got to channel surf some Twitch. What channel do I go in if I'm shopping for a refrigerator? I need a new fridge. All right, cool. Man, I thought I got a shitty fill. Don't buy an LG, okay? I thought I got a shitty fill on EXAS, and it's turning out okay. What kind of fridge should I buy? I can't believe people actually watch that stuff, but don't get it. No, I'm not going to get a smart fridge. I don't want to. I mean, I figure the technology will change rapidly enough that I'm like, I don't want to buy something with some shitty tablet in it or whatever. No need for that. So we have a bottom freezer right now. I don't like it. It's a French door bottom freezer. I don't like it. Not enough capacity. And the door's a pain in the ass to close. GE sucks. So what's good? Besides like Viking or something like that. Westinghouse? I thought that was like a crappy brand. What about Frigidaire? Frigidaire? 7 times? Yeah, see, that's why I'm just getting a new fridge. Like the ice maker stopped working and I've like tried to mess with it. And I'm like, I give up. I'm just going to get a new fridge. Well, it was working until my wife pulled the drawer out to clean it because there was like frozen ice in the bottom. Like the fridge door got left open and then it all froze in the bottom of the drawer. And she pulled the drawer out to clean it out and put it back in. And, you know, there's the little lever on there that says if it's full so it doesn't dump ice. I made sure that lever was down. I've tried to readjust it and stuff like that, and just nothing. It won't do anything. I'll have to look that up. It's not leaking. No, it hasn't been making ice for like 2 weeks. And I have like a compact tabletop ice maker that I've been using. But it's just because I haven't had time to go shopping for one. But no, it's not leaking. Turn it off and defrost it. Well, I want a new one anyway. So if I'm going to pull everything out of my refrigerator, I'm going to use that time to get another one. So maybe when I empty it out and I pull it out and I leave it off for a while, maybe it'll start working again, and then I actually have another house that I'll take it up there and put it in that other house. No, Unwilling Full. It doesn't shut because Poker Pro, I have a beer fridge, keg fridge built into the bar to keep beer cold. Yeah, the bar is what I was playing with. And it is where it's supposed to be. Yeah, it doesn't get closed all the way because my wife goes to Costco and puts too much shit in there, and then you can't close it. All right, here, you guys want to see something cool? I do. I do need one. There you go. Easy money sometimes in earnings. And it's going to do whatever it's going to do. It might continue to go up, whatever. Don't really care. But if you can make $3 a share real quick. No, but I played it after hours. Like, it wasn't a YOLO. Is BBBY tanking? It sure is. They reported provides update on fourth quarter financial performance, which apparently was not good. I'm not going to go through the details, but yeah, it's getting its ass kicked after hours, down $2.35. No. I played Commons Unwilling Full. Common shares. No, I played it to the upside. I played that bounce. That's why when I pulled the chart up and I was looking at the longer term chart and I said, oh, that's a good spot right here for it to catch a bounce, find some support. Because they always whether or not it keeps going up is a different story. But when you see these big after hours candles, especially if earnings aren't horrible, then you go, okay, where would I expect it to bounce? Oh, look, it's bouncing right where you would expect it to bounce. Cool. Let me get in. And it was going up really quick. So I let it drop, and then I bought it on the way back up. I mean, this thing is moving like $2 at a time. Yeah, I mean, Unwilling Full, I'm not going to buy them with the intention of holding them, right? But I will play these moves sometimes. And I just kind of looked at all the ERs and said, okay, which one? Okay, this didn't sound too bad, but took a really big drop. And when I saw it bounce right there, you play it knowing that you're going to stop out down here. I mean, you can't place a stop, but okay, if it doesn't continue up, then I'm out. But that's all. Yeah, that's all I do on these after hours play. Unless it's something really good that, I mean, there are times where you see you'd see something like this. You'd see a $30 drop and you're listening to the earnings. It's not that bad. And then you hear the guidance and the guidance is really good. And it's like, holy shit, it took like a $30 drop. I'll buy a little bit and just hold it. that's rare compared to like this type of play right here where I just look for the longer term support and I play it off that. And I should have put in, normally what I'll do is look at the chart. This dropped really fast, but I'll look at the chart, especially if it's like a company that I'm following and I'm following earnings for. I'll look at the chart and just put in a buy order below long-term support in case it does, get that panic sell. I'll put in a buy order and try to pick up some cheap shares. You can get some good plays that way. ES futures just flat right now after hours. I want to find that graphic. There was a graphic that I talked about this morning that was showing the, and I'm going to have to go dig for it, but showing the after hours moves of the futures versus intraday, market hours. And it was crazy because it was like, it clearly showed that all the big moves happen after hours and then, during the day, relatively flat for the most part, right? But like the big climbs, the big declines all happen after hours. It was really interesting. But I've gotten into the habit of, I keep TradeStation up and I've got a few options positions in TradeStation, but I keep it up and I keep Chart Trader open with futures. And if we start to get a big move in future in the SPY, either direction, I'm watching the futures and I can very quickly, go long or short it. Right. And more often than not, I'm going short just to kind of hedge against my long positions. So it's like, okay, well, if I take a hit on some of my longer positions, then I'm making money on the futures. So ACCO reported, what did they do? Apparently it's down 2 cents. I mean, this is not it trades 500,000 shares a day. And today was actually, given that they apparently reported today, was lower than their average volume, which is kind of crazy. Yes, you do. You need margin to trade futures, yes. But some places, like, you can open a futures trading account with margin for as little as like $500. I think it was like 2,500. Maybe with TradeStation. Yeah, VRTX up almost a point after hours. BBBY down 17% after hours. See, now that all this excitement is over on EXCS, I have no idea what's going to happen, but it doesn't matter. I'm out of it. I made $3 a share. I'll take it. Ruber, just EXAS. It's not snowing right now. In fact, it's really nice outside, and the snow is like melting off. But Rubar, yes, I traded. I'll pull it up again. That's what I did. So I bought EXAS at 91.54, and I sold it, in here in the 94s. But I'm completely out of it at this point. It was just intended to be a quick scalp. I'm in Denver. Well, south of Denver, but not too far. Oops. Yeah, no worries. See, now I got to go script 6 hours worth of scripting in 4 hours. Well, that should be easy. Thanks for hanging out, Unwilling Fool. You guys provide as much entertainment for me as I hope to for you, so it makes the day go by much quicker. And if you're a trader and you're a day trader and you're just sitting here staring at charts, I think it's a lot more entertaining when you've got a group that you're doing it with. That's just me. All right. And somebody is going to come along eventually that knows how to make like intros and outros and things and make me something. I don't know who it's going to be, but one of you people eventually is going to know how to do that stuff and make me something. And maybe you'll get something out of it. Ruber, don't look at me either. I mean, I can do it, but it's not my specialty, and it takes me a long time. I could probably go on Fiverr or something and get somebody to do it, but probably in Premiere, Adobe Premiere would be my guess. I did make like this transition effect. I have it, but it's not implemented anywhere, but it took me hours. And I'm sure there's easier ways to do it. Actually, I have a buddy that works he works for Stars. And I bet he could make me one pretty easily. I'm going to call him tonight. All right, guys. I'm out. Have a good night. I'll see you tomorrow. This is the only outro that I have that just came with my soundboard. Or my mixer here. It was like built in. So that's all I got. I need something better. If anybody's listening and wants to hook me up, let me know. Y'all have a good night. I'll see you tomorrow. Assuming no snowstorm. Peace.